scope or within the boundary, any variable or any parameter you name has effect. So down here, I can come and say, before I return decorator, okay, I can come here and I can say print rows, okay, and it will work because we set this here as rows with a typo in the name anyway. So we correct this, and then we correct this, and it will still work because we're still within the boundary of this protected function. We're still within the boundary of this protected function. Now, I think you have my access to my screen. Alex? Alex, you have access to my screen. So you can instead intersperse the screen so it appears on one side. So if you want, I can move to this side or I can move to this side. And then the screen will appear so it's big. And people can see it. And then if we're reaching out to and thanking out all the people that have made this a success, you can check the screen with the people at any time. I'm just giving instructions, quick instructions, so for those of you that are watching from YouTube or Facebook. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Lovely. So now what we are building is visible online as well. So you can follow on YouTube and you can follow on Facebook, if I remember correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and cover a lot of ground while we have oil in the tank. Now, earlier, let's delete this. Earlier we had, yes, let's delete this. We're explaining how Java works, so we can delete this. Okay, so now we're going to be fleshing out the full-blown product, and we're going to be trying to finish this in the 100-hour time frame that we have. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's wonderful. This is nice. This is nice. So if you're watching on YouTube right now, you should see that the code is big and the inlet me here is tiny. Okay, we can. I was maybe have my, so I'm facing the camera, maybe, I don't know. What do you think? You can leave the camera right there. So it's my back. That's fine. That's fine. It really doesn't matter. Unless you want to change the table like this. But then it's, okay, that's fine. We can do it as well. Okay. So we created a table called skills, okay? And for the product that is being built, if you take a look, let's do this. Okay, let's close this page. Let's close this page. Let's close this page. We're explaining pixelation and explaining the history of computing and taking a look at Boto. Okay. Let's come here and let's say, so our server is not running, but we can fix that quite easily. So for those of you that use Visual Studio Code, some of you might already know a quick Command J. Command J will automatically bring up the terminal or this. Okay, audio should be back. Audio should be back. Audio should be back. Yes, I think we have audio. Okie dokie. Audio is back, I presume, and we can continue. So you notice automatically that when we remove the configuration, this stopped working. So let's explain what that mouthful of code was, okay? First, if you pass a dictionary into your application, that dictionary is what your application will use as the to look inside for configurations, key value pairs, and it will save it in your config, internal config. Now, if we pass configurations, then this is the dictionary that is going in. It's the same thing. But earlier we said we did something loads, open settings, JSON.read. Like, this is a lot happening on one line, okay? So let me explain what this line is across multiple lines, okay? The first thing we're going to say is, and we can read this code from where loads. What is it loading? It's going to open. What is it open? What is being opened? Settings.json, and then we're reading, and then when we've read, it's given to loads, and then it's given to configurations. Okay, so let's break it down. Let's break it down for a bit. So the first thing here we're saying is open. Okay, open is how you open. Open is how you open. We're opening a file, okay? This is a file, okay? Reference, okay? Variable. And then when we do this, okay, it is going to open. It's going to look for this settings.json in the current place as this your main file, and that in this case, if we open it here, you will see that the settings.json is just this simple dict where we have a Postgres. Yes, we have audio again. Okay, so we'll manage this until the bring what is needed for it to last a little bit longer. Okay, so this is the settings.json file. And this is the file where we hold, that's why we said you have two types of stores. One holds simple values like this, strings, and one holds references and instances of like actual code. So to give like a bucket, okay, it's like we're taking this file like a love letter or a letter, and we're giving it to heaven, okay? But to give it to heaven, we need to first open the file, and then when we do this, we get a file stream, okay? So Python is going to try and open this file, okay? Now, after this file is open, okay, we can go ahead and read the content of the file by saying file ref variable.read, okay? And then this is going to read the entire content of that file, and then we can say file variable dot close. So we're closing the file, okay? And then down here we say, because this content here is going to be like, let's take a look at some Python code away from all this. Let's take a look at play, for instance. Let's go Command B and let's go all the way up, split our screen and say Python, and here we say, oh, you know what? We're going to use play. So here we can say reference is equals to open settings.json, okay? And then we'll say content is equals to reference.read, reference.close, and we want to print content, okay? Now, if we come here and we say Python play.py, you see that it prints the contents of that JSON file that we have. Like, it prints the contents of this file. See it? It prints it exactly. So what that means is that when we say open, whatever file we pass inside here will be open. When we say read, all the contents of the file will be read, okay, and put as a string. So if we want to convert the string that we read to a Python object, we need to use something called loads. We can get it from JSON, or we can install a library that provides its own loads and get it from there, okay? So then we come down here and then we say content as dict is equals to loads content. So instead of doing this on all these lines, we can just come down here and say, hey, because we're loading content and content is reference.read and reference is open, okay, we can put it all on one line. So we can say loads, okay, open settings.json dot read, okay. So we put all of this here on one line. So we open settings.json, we read it as a string, and then we load it to get a Python dictionary, okay? Okay. So we can so now you understand why we say loads, open settings.json.read and configurations, and we pass it here. So what we get is the settings.json file as a dictionary, okay? We get the settings.json file as a dictionary. I'm going to say it one more time for the people in the back. We get the settings.json file as a dictionary. Good morning, man. Bosun, man. Welcome. I saw your picture yesterday. I was super excited. Thank you, man. Okay, so audio should be good. So we get the content as a dictionary, and then we pass the contents of the dictionary into our application. And once the contents of the dictionary is in our application, we are, Bob's your uncle, we are good to go. So we can reference anything in that, we're just saying app.config, and we give it the name, and we will get what was inside that dictionary. Hopefully that makes sense. So let's go on. So in the main file, that's what we're doing here, okay? We're just saying we want to use a settings.json file as our config, and we give it to app. That's all, okay? Once we've done that, we come down here, and then we say we want to have specific subdomains on our app, okay? Now, we can also say we want our app to support all subdomains, okay? Or we can say we want our app to support only the default subdomain of www, okay? So here we say we want the app to read all templates from a template folder. Here we say all assets are in the folder called public, and they should be available on the career subdomain and the portal subdomain. Then here we say app on startup, we want to call the middlewares.database.connect, okay? When the app starts up, we want to call middlewares.database.connect. Now, this is where the money is. This is where we say, when we click here and you see connect, disconnect, connect, disconnect, connect, okay? It's saying that when the app is starting up, connect. When it's shutting down, disconnect. App.on, start up, connect. App.on, shut down, disconnect. So these are middlewares. These are middlewares. A middleware is something that you want your application to use. Like you want your application to use something, okay? It should be available to your entire application, okay? It's like some bit of functionality that you want to be available to your app, you put it in a middleware. So before your app starts handling requests, it will call the middleware and it will use that middleware. Okay, so we have shutdown, and then we say app.on shutdown, we want to disconnect from the database, okay? Then we come down here and we say we want to create a direct link between your public docs, okay, and downloads. So when someone goes to downloads / and wants to download any file, it is that download, okay, is something that is from your public files, okay? So what this means is that, let's say for instance, when we come to this site here, it should be working. If we click on download the 2023 to 2028 budget, you see it opens, like it says, enter name of file to save to. The reason why that is in place is because this file is put in the public folder in the docs, and you have the budget.xlsx and the planning.pdf. So anyone that clicks on any of these links will go to the downloads folder and get the file downloaded directly or saved to their computer. So moving on. And then here we have app.before, but let's make this after, not before. Okay? And then we're going to also give a short description. Here we're going to say, after every route that starts with an X, apply the necessary hypermedia links to the response. So what we can do here is we can say something like /v1 /x/star. So now when someone visits this get page or this cast page, this will not run because it doesn't fit it doesn't match /x/star. But when anyone visits, let's say we have another page that is app.get/x/data, then when you visit this page, after you visited this page, before you go back to the browser, this will be run, okay? this will be wrong because you said after this, after any URL that matches this, execute this. Okay? So this X data matches this because this data matches this. X data slash people slash 34 slash others also still matches this because all of this here still match this here. Okay? The only time that it will not match is if it came and we did something like this. Then this would not match because this expects only one value, like 45 or name or something, before it can match. But we put the wild card or the asterisk, so it's going to match everything that starts with an X. It's going to match everything that starts with an X. So after every route that starts on X is handled, then we want to go ahead. Let's remove this from here. Let's make it very clean and say register all routes for the application. So we're going to say app.call routes.website.org. Now we're going to come here in the routes folder, create a new file called websites.py. In the website.py, we're going to say from heaven import app, and then we're going to say here dev app is an instance of app, and then we paste this that we took from there, and then we say from constant import portal, and then we're good. Now, instead of having our main file cluttered with all the app.get, app.all of that, we just create our app, configure our app, and then we call all the functions here to set up the routes. Now, what does this call do? Like, what exactly is this call? Okay, call is a simple function that will call any function you give it. So in other words, I have a function here called def say Gary, okay? And then this my say Gary function has an argument called name, okay? And inside here I say print I am saying Gary, okay? I can give this function, I can tell Heaven, hey Heaven, call this function for me. So I say app.call say Gary, okay? That's it, app.call say Gary. Now, Heaven is going to call this function, but for every function you tell Heaven to call, and for any function you tell Heaven to call, it is going to pass itself as the first argument into that function. So in other words, if you say Heaven, call say Gary, Heaven will say Gary must accept me first, okay? Say Gary must accept me first. And if say Gary accepts Heaven, then Heaven can call say Gary without an issue. So we say here, accepts an app. So when Heaven is calling this, it's going to call this function, and this function accepts an app. So therefore, I can say app.get, and it's going to still work because, so I can delegate to another thing to do my registrations and all of that, okay? So when we say here app.call and we give it a string, we're just using Heaven's string intelligence functionality where Heaven Thank you, Tamar. Thank you, Tamar. Really appreciate the support. So when we say app.call routes.offerings.org, we are actually just giving the string to heaven and telling heaven, hey heaven, we have this string, go look for the function that lives at the end of this string and call that function. Okay, so everything should still work as it should. So now, if we want to build any thing that's related to our website, we come to the heavens router. If we want to build anything for users, we come to users, for companies here, campaigns here, individuals here, skills here, and offerings here. Hope that makes sense. Okay? Now, hola camera. Hello. Hello, camera crew. Thank you, thank you. Happy to be on screen. Okay, so let's go up a little bit. Let's go up a little bit, up a little bit, up a little bit. So we are on the clock, okay? I'm not sure you can see, but if you take a look here, for those of us that are on Facebook, okay, there is a clock here. And we are on a clock, okay? We are on a clock, we're on a clock, we're on a clock. So I'm going to be speeding through some of the things that we're doing because we're on a clock. I will spend less time teaching now, and I'll spend more time writing code, and then occasionally I'll explain the code that I am writing and what exactly we're doing. Make sense? Makes sense. Okay. Diving in. What do we need to do to have a fully functional website? Luckily for us, we took a look at the library that we'll be using. One of the libraries is HDMX, another of the libraries is Alpine.js, another of the library Heaven on Python side, and SuperAgent on the JavaScript side. So let's go ahead and let's So, there's a lot that needs to be done. We're going to leave the mission statement, vision statement to the Big Hands team to generate, but for the rest, we're going to try our possible best to make sure that everything works as it should. So, directories already exist. Budget and funding already exists, but they donate my time, and it's a little bit iffy. One of the ways that we can find is to go to StorySet. On StorySet, you're going to get tons of free SVGs that you can use. So let's look here and say volunteer. And this is not bad. This is not bad as well. Let's use this one. this one here. So we can download this SVG directly, or we can even change the color of the SVG. So let's make it match the tone of the website a little bit. Bring it more to the pinkish. There you go. Let's download the SVG. And then we're going to put this in we're going to put it in a folder called SVGs in our public, okay? Now, here, story set is saying that you have to attribute, okay? So we're going to copy that and give them the attribution they need, or have someone from TVHI go and pay for a license later down the line. Or in case someone is watching and you want to go ahead and contribute, then I already have a premium plan, so many of the things that I use you can see right here. Premium, like the next to my name. So I don't need to attribute when I download icons from Flat Icon and StorySet, because I pay. Okay, I pay a fee. So I don't have to attribute. But if you don't have a premium plan or a premium license, then you need to attribute, okay? So let's come back here and let's move at the speed of light. Now, we want to build out the page, and this is hands, so we're going to look for a page that says hands.html, and then we're going to change this here to SVGs / volunteering bro.svg. That's what we called it, okay? Now, we have this whole page here, and we can make this slightly smaller, okay? And I'll show you how here. So we can come here and we can say something like the width should be, I don't know, or max width in this case should be 20M. So that means that the maximum width this will have will be 20M, or we can say the max width should be 50M. Okay? And the max width this will have will be 50M or 30M. And then this will be the max width for this side, okay? But chances are that we can actually do something, we can do one better. This is 7. So we want to make this here maybe it's 5, and then make this other side slightly wider, and in that way we have emphasis on donate your scale as opposed to this guy here. So let's come here and make this guy is 5. Now, we want this to be is 5 on ultra wide. I guess those might be the names that Balmer uses. Let's come here and take a look at Balmer.io. What exactly are the desktop side, the widths, the big points? Responsiveness, which is something we mentioned earlier in our tutorial. And then we have widescreen, we have desktop, we have full HD. So we want this to be from tablet up and to be hidden on mobile. So we're going to say that we want this to be is 5 on tablet, I think is either is yes, and then we're going to take a look at the one that says tablets only. And let's see what happens when we do this. So now, when we visit this page, by default, this is highlighted or made maximum. And then if we inspect and we try to make this page render like a mobile, this is what we're going to see. It's not bad, but not exactly what we want, so we need to do some mobile optimization to the website, okay? But I think we should leave the mobile optimization bits to when we have added all the full functionality. And, but obviously a tablet only doesn't remove it. So we say, columns, responsiveness, and we're going to take a look at the sizes. And then we're going to take a look at the I think it's visibility, yes. It's hidden, that's what we're looking for, okay? That's what we're looking for, so we're going to come here and say that this is hidden on mobile. And then when we refresh this page, yep, it's hidden on mobile, so if we go on a mobile browser, we just see donate your scale. But then there is an awful amount of white space. Okay? And that is better. That looks way better, okay? Way better. So let's go ahead and do, and if we come to lay out the ginger, here we have the body, and then we can say here we want to add a small padding to the body, and if we come here, and that's better. Okay, that is better. That is better. So you see that it is very, like, you can optimize the look of a page so that even when you visit it on a mobile browser, it still looks as good. And we're getting there, okay? So let's come and let's leave this alone. So one of the things that you're seeing here is, like, I'm testing this as if I were on a mobile phone, and even in the browser, you get some powerful, like, you can choose to be, like, you're using GPRS, you're using good 2G, you're using good 3G, you're using 4G, DSL, like, you can test, okay? There are some tools that are available to you as a developer in the browser that allows you to test. Now, let's move on. Time, we're on the clock, we're on the clock, we're on the clock. Galaxy S20, iPhone 11 Pro. Okay, so we're done with that, and okay, so we have here, no need to scale, first name, last name, email, your country of residence. One of the things that we can do is we want to make the country of residence a drop down, okay? So let's go ahead and make this, let's make this country of residence a drop down. And there are a couple of ways we could go about it. Now, I am just a software engineer, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and then I'm going to ask questions from the crowd. And if you think there's a way that we should make this, feel free to let me know. One of the options is we make a simple select, and simple select would be something like here. Instead of having the inputs here, okay, we'll have something like select, and then we'll say option, select country, and then we'll say something like template X for country in countries, and this way, as long as we had countries defined in Alpine.js, which we can do up here, and come and say X data, and we say here countries, okay? And I'm speeding up because we don't have a lot of time, so I'll just be using my technical knowledge. And if you want to join from Facebook, and I don't know if we have links on Facebook and YouTube for people to join. We do? Beautiful. So if you want to join and ask questions and or give your own input to what has been built, feel free to do so. Okay? Now, moving forward, if we come here then and we do something like this, or we did something like this, ideally you can get, you should be able to get a JavaScript library that allows you to get countries. Yeah, you get something like the code of the country. This can be like NG, and the text of the country, which can be Nigeria. Okay? So we have here the code, NG, the text, Nigeria. Now, seeing as Big Hands is, do you think we should allow or limit the people that can register as a Big Hand? Ushaumba. Caleb. I'm asking also, do you think we should limit the people that can register on the Big Hands to like specific countries, Rwanda, if there's any Rwandan in the house, Namibia, Uganda? It should be open, so anybody in the world can register. Okay. So, going on, so we have code NG text Nigeria, and we're going to open this up later, depending on so what is going on here is we have GitHub Copilot generating some names. That is good enough for the examples that we want to use. So we come here and you see it's select country. But I don't think it's working because we don't have, I don't think we have Alpine.js in our layout Ginger file. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. So let's come online. Let's Google Alpine.js. And let's go ahead and copy this out and paste it in the browser. Let's copy this out. Okay? And let's go ahead and paste this here. Let's create a script. And let's change this to be HTML. Okay, so, but this script doesn't exist. And there's a neat little trick that VS Code has. If we were to click on this, it doesn't exist. Do you want to create a file? So we can just go ahead, click here, create a file, and there you go. Visual Studio Code created it for us. We Command V, Command S, close this, come back to the browser, and if we clicked on the Big Hands again, this should work. Let's see, Xdata, inspect, what's going on here? Countries is not defined. Let's take a look at hand, Xdata. Okay, I think, oh yes. We have this here, and then countries is, ooh, I see, I see, I see. We did not make this, we did not make this, we did not make this, we didn't make this a string. So now, if we come back to the browser and we refresh, everything should be as it should be. But there's a warning that says there is no key, and it's for good reason. Because every time you add an element to the DOM programmatically, you want to ensure that each element in the DOM is instrumented with the appropriate key. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to come here to the portion of code where we said template 4, and we're going to put a key on this, and then we're going to say the key is equals to the country.code, and the text is equals to the country.name, and the country.code is ng, country.text. Let's name this not text, but name. I use the command D to select all those, so in case you're curious. And then if we come back here and we refresh, you see all the countries now show up, okay? And if we did inspect, not to eat. Okay, and okay, we have necessary doc type, everything as it should be. All errors are out of the Okay, so we have this here, but it doesn't look so pretty, but that's fine. We can come here and call this a select, okay? And we say this is country. Let's see what happens when we do, okay? No, let's do this. And let's also add the design system to this page. The design system is styles.css. And what we're saying here, we have for the button already, we had for the card, we had for the input. We need to add one for the select, okay? We can add it to the select itself, or we can say wherever we have select, and this is select, that's a child of it. We want the border to be the primary. We want padding to be 10, border radius should be 0. Okay, so if we did this, it now looks like the rest of the elements at least, okay? So there should be a way, I think, that Born does, so that we're not fighting against the framework, makes this. So if we said something is full width, yep, that's the appropriate command, then it becomes full width. So we come to the hand, we come to the select, and then we make this is full width. Okay? So far so good. Now, we need a button. So to add a button, we're gonna come under here and say, button dot button, and then we say volunteer my time. So here we want it to be the primary button, so it's okay, so we want our button to be a primary button. Now, we could have also checked the style to make sure that to see what style was conflicting, okay? But we're just gonna go ahead and say we want to make our style important and we don't care about other styles as well. So, moving forward, we have the form, and now we need a way to register. Luckily, coincidentally, okay, interestingly, there is something we did where we already created the ability to register individuals. Now, registering individuals should be free and open to everyone, so most likely we don't want that to exist behind a protected, like a gate, a walled garden. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and expose that individuals, and we're going to say, so here we say we want your email, first name, last name, phone, address, and this is if it's let's make this protected to only TBHS. If you didn't follow the Codathon, you might not remember why we did this, and because of time, I won't go and cover it again. If you're following the Codathon, you know why we did this and how we implemented this. So we're going to come here and say protected, and then we're going to create a new called volunteers. So if you take a look at the individuals here, create one first name, last name, phone, address, and first name, last name, phone, address. So we need to add, let's make this two on online, put phone and then email and then phone and address. So yes, let's do that. Come back to hands. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at Polymer again. Let's take a look at the docs, take a look at the form, general. have the control. We want to have the control. Two on the line, two on the line, field control. It's grouped, I see. Use is grouped. Okay, so we come back here and we say field. It's grouped. Is it expanded or full width? Can't remember. Yes, expanded. And this here is also expanded. Okay. So we have first name, last name in the bag. And then we want to have this button should be far away from everybody. Yes, make it. The margin of the button should be. The button was too close, so we can say we want to reduce the margin, make it. No, that's too far away. Okay, it's better. And we want to go ahead and add the phone on top of the email. So we're going to copy the phone and we should be good to go. So let's copy this field and let's paste. Hello, can you hear me? So the battery to the remote mic died. Okay. This one. So it needs to be changed frequently, that's why. Apologies. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Maybe it says I'm not audible. Better. Better. Okay, so let's continue. So now, we want to add a couple of, like, this is good. Let's go ahead and let's show some finesse and we'll move on. Has icons. Okay. I think it's left. And then here we come and we say span icon is left, and then inside we can say span material symbols rounded. If you want to use Google's icon font, and then here we say something like or want to use font awesome. So there are a couple of icon fonts we can use. So you have Font Awesome, you have Iona accounts, and you have Google Material. So let's use Google Material. Icons. I'll paste the code. First, I'll paste the code in layout the Jinja. So we're going to go ahead and place the code. I want to move everything that we're doing. So I want to move everything that we're doing locally. So I am going to go ahead and visit, like for instance, I'll visit Balmer, Command V, enter, Command A, Command C, okay. And then I'll come down here and I will move this. Instead of using a CDN, which is HTTPS, I want to use local. So of course, it's up to you. And then I'll say this is going to be CSS. Vivian. Okay, so we have created that locally, and everything should work as expected. Let's take a look and see. Yep, still working. And we can do the same for the Google Fonts, but I want to leave that online. And okay, so we're going to now make the Google icons offline as well. So first things first, come back here, come to Google, copy this code, and then we're going to come here and we're going to paste that code. However, let's do a trick to make this and then I'm going to go here and copy this, and then I'm going to go here and paste, and I'll download that in my public. I will create a new folder. I'll call them I'll save. So if we come here to public, we should see what you just downloaded right there, waiting for us, okay? Now, one of the things that we leverage on as an engineer is that you get to write code many times in different places, and then at some point the law of diminishing marginal utility, or like you get like to the inflection point. I'm quoting economics, I know. At that point, like you've gotten the maximum that you can from a given pathway, and then it's at that point you usually create a library, or you create a set of functions, and then you use those functions in many places. I will import some of those functions and I'll use them, and I'll explain what I'm doing with them, okay? And how I came to get to that point. But it's just basically to make my life easier as an engineer. So I can look for some of them on so I will go ahead and create a CSS file, and I'll call this Google Fonts.css. And inside here, I'm going to put at font face, and the URL is going to be the URL to this. Okay? And I can go ahead and say things like material symbols outlined, okay? So I can also come here and see that the font style should be normal, and the font weight 400, okay? So I've defined the font face, I've given it a name, okay? I've defined the font face, I've said this is the source, this is the name, this is the font style, okay? So what I can then do is come here and say material symbols outlined. And remember, in the files that we're using, we had something like this, okay? But I'm going to show you what we're doing in a bit. Here, we say span class material symbols aligned. So it's actually CSS that we're using, and we're going to select. So we're saying here material symbols aligned. We're going to say here that the font family is material symbols outlined, okay? And then we're going to do such things as the font weight should be normal, okay? We're going to say the font style should be normal. Font size 24 pixels, okay? Line height is 1. Letter spacing, of course. Text transform. Display inline block. You want to make sure there's no white space, or white space, no wrap. Oh, you need to recommend that to me, huh? White space, finally. No wrap. Word, wrap, normal. And then we want to go ahead and say the direction for this is left to right. Okay? And here we're going to say the WebKit font smoothing is anti-aliased, and we're going to also say something like the WebKit font feature settings. Okay. Okay, so, and I can do the same thing, so I can call this, let's call this rename, let's say this is GF. Okay, so I'm going to call this GF as well. Okay, so I say this is outlined. I hope it's the outline version that I did. Yes, outlined. Okay, I'm also going to draw the rounded. Now I downloaded it before, so instead of going through I'll call this GFO. And call this rename GFO. So I'll call this GFO. Now I have done all of this before, so instead of like showing you all the boring stuff, basically you download what you want, and then you create a font face, and then you create a style that refreshes the font face, and you go, Bob's your uncle. Okay? That's something that you can just put at the back of your head. And the thing is that once you've done this before, you don't have to do it all the time, so you can just always go and copy paste. So let's come here and let's copy, document, okay, so I have the normal one, and I'm going to just go ahead and do the same thing here. So I just basically repeated what I did up there down. I said this is rounded, this is normal, and I did all of that, and I'm going to save. And now let's go and check if this gets expanded. We're going to say here command P, and we say layout of Ginger because we want to go back to the beginning, and we want to change this here to public okay. This is where it's supposed to appear, and if I'm correct, material symbols outlined. And we're going to come here and let's say we have styles. What do we put in ABC? Okay, so let us fast track towards this. Come back here and say, this is my problem with this. Good. This is really irritating. Wow. We put the font and we did everything, but then we didn't put the actual name we wanted to put in the font. Let's do this. Hands. Let's come here and let's say email. Let's come back here and let's check for it. Called mail. Come here. Okay. And now we can do the same thing for the phone number. Call. And you can come here. No, I don't know if those are actually valid, but let's see. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're adding the necessary icons so that we can beautify our form a little bit before we start adding some behavior to it. Because right now, as it stands, the form was kind of bland. And let's close this first. Form was kind of bland. And oh yeah, that we didn't say this has icons left. So there you go. Okay, so now we can say we want to volunteer our time, and we can go ahead and make this do something sensible. Okay, so how do we add models? Okay, how do we, so we already have a model or representation of our data, and someone left a message in. This is when it's trying preference in school. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. So much of this should not be new to you. So what we do have here is we have the form, but then we don't have a lot of, let's remove countries because we don't need it anymore. Let's Command F and find if we have reference to countries anywhere else. No, we don't. That's good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a representation for our data. Okay? We're going to create a representation for our data, and we're going to use HTMX out of the box. Remember, we took a look at HTMX in the wee hours of the morning. Okay? Now we're going to take a look at HTMX in action. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this form. Your first name, last name, phone number, email address. Okay? So we're going to say first name, last name. Let's use JavaScript. Okay? Phone number, email, address. Okay? That's the first thing that we have. We have all the details that we want to capture on that form. Okay? Then the second thing that we want to do is we want to create an action or create a function that allows us to send the form over the internet so that it's saved by our server. Okay? So we're going to come here and we're going to say, I want to create a volunteer function. Okay? Now, there is a library that I want us to use, and the name of the library is called Toastify. And seeing as we're going to call this Toastify, okay? And the reason or the idea behind the library is, if you see, it gives you toasts like this, so you can say something like, see, it gives you, so instead of when you do something, you can get a feedback. So if I click on the form and the user did not provide me with, let's say, the username, I should be able to tell them, hey, yo, username is required. You need to make sure that you provide a username. Okay? Now, what we can do then is to say, here, let's take a look at this. Let's see, docs, and come down here. This is what we need a CSS file. That's what it's saying here. To start using Toastify, okay, add the following CSS to the page. I don't really care about the CDN, so I'm just going to copy the address, Command T. I'll put it in the browser here, and then I should get the CSS. I'll say Command A, right click, copy, and then I'll go and use our nifty trick that we created. So we're going to come here to layout, okay? And we'll come down here and say we want to create a link, which is a style sheet, and we want it to be in public CSS toastify.mean.css, and this file doesn't exist, but because of the trick we just learned, where if a file doesn't exist and you click it in Visual Studio Code, it will say, this file doesn't exist, you want me to create it? And if you say yes, it will create the file for you. So let's click. Ooh, unable to open toastify.min.css. The editor could not be opened because the file was not found. Create file, yep, create it, and very quickly, I don't have to go and start looking in my path or file explorer. I can just say now Command V, Command S. I close this, and Bob's uncle. We have the Okay, so we have Toastify, just like that, okay? Now, another of the things that we can do is we can come here and we can say, it said to use it, we need CSS and we need JavaScript. So we're going to do the same thing for the JavaScript. We copy the source, we paste it in new tab, hit enter, and we get the same thing. And we say Command A, right click, we click copy, and we're going to go back to our Visual Studio Code, and this time we're going to put it down here under Alpine.js, or maybe even before Alpine.js, depends on how we're feeling. But I like to make sure that sometimes everything is arranged alphabetically. So you might see me come here and move ABC up just because it's A and this is S, or I move Baltimore up just because it is B and Google is G, okay? So that even when you're looking for something, you can think, if you see the B, you know you have to go down. If you see the S, you know you have to go up. So sometimes I do that, okay? So we're going to put Toastify down here, and we're going to say, oops, heavy hands, script, okay? And we say source, we say public, script, and then we're going to say toastify.min.js. And again, we're going to, because the file doesn't exist, we'll click on it, create file, and we'll Command V, Command S, or paste, okay? And then if we do this, then we're good. Now, if we come back to this is the layout file, okay? This is the file that every page outside, so every single page, from this one to the home page, all of them are using the layout file. Each and every single one of them, they're using the layout file, okay? So one of the things we can also, so this is super close, uber close to the top, but we can fix that, okay? It's a semantic thing, we can fix it. We can come inside here and say something like, what? Yes, thank you. It's hidden mobile, and then we can say here the margin top should be 6, and because we're not on a mobile, this should be better now, and if we're on a mobile, this will be hidden, okay? So we have this here, it inherits from the layout, and we have this button all the way down here, okay? So there is a way to, so if we minimize here, okay, you see there is a way to add functionality, okay? We use this construct here called xData. You can take a look at Alpine.js for more context. But the idea here is that if you add an xData to any parent element, then all child elements, that all these elements inside here, will be able to access everything inside here, okay? Everything that's inside here will be able to access everything that's inside here because it's defined on the parent. I can also take this xData from here, can cut it from here, and then I can paste it here, okay? And if I paste it here, then everything inside this section will be able to use xData, but this will no longer be able to use this xData because it's not on the parent, It's on a sibling, okay? What do we mean when we say parent versus sibling? In HTML, if you have an element like this and you have things inside that element, the things inside the element are children of that element that is outside. So you have this is a child of this and this is a child of this, then these two are siblings. The same way if I and my, because I and my brothers are children of our parent, then we're siblings, okay? So you have sibling elements, you have parent elements, okay? And you have children elements. If an element has things inside of it, then it has children elements. So all the children of this will be able to access X data, but the parent and the siblings will not. Okay, so let's move on. Let's open this. We still can say, because if you take a look, we have two parts of this here, and that is, this is it here. We have this image side, and then we have this form side, okay? So let's right click, inspect, you take a look, you have the form side, okay? Like this, one column, and you have the image side, which we can delete, and you see, now we have just this side, okay? So we have this side and this side, and really, like this side being able to see the code, the first name doesn't really make sense, so we can still come here. I mean, it's up to you. I'm fine with leaving it here, but we can still come here and cut out the X data, and we can put it on just the side that has the form, which is here, okay? Just this side, okay? Now, if I want to make, if I want to tie this input, okay? If I want to tie this one here, this first one, this first name, not the last name, just the first name, to the first name here inside my JavaScript object, because what we're trying to do is now we're trying to tie the elements that we have to the JavaScript object. So if I want to tie my element to my JavaScript object, I am going to use a construct provided by Alpine, and it's called xModel. It's called xModel, and then I give it the name of the JavaScript. Here it's first name, okay? And so it's side. So, and I'm going to do it for all the other ones. For input, I'm going to also say xModel, and I'm going to say last name, okay? So what we can actually see here, if we came up here, we said span, typo, hint, has text, danger, okay? And we say X text. Okay. Now, if I type inside of here, I should see, as I'm typing, you can see that there is there's this thing going on here. Like there's this thing going on here, okay? As I type, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now I know my A, B, C. So as I type all of this, you realize that as I am typing, it is automatically, like, there is like a straight connection, okay, between what I'm typing and what is showing up there. Why is that possible? It's possible because I said I want to take this input element and I want to tie it to this JavaScript variable that is up here, okay, this JavaScript object. I want to take that input and tie it to the JavaScript. So the minute I type in the input, the JavaScript is going to be updated, okay? The minute I type in the input, the JavaScript is going to be updated. For the people on YouTube and Facebook, you have a form, okay? And the form that you have has a couple of elements. Now, an input element collects it collects data. You can type into an input element, okay? Now, what we are doing here is we're saying that whenever someone types in this input element, connect it to the JavaScript object. So as I type in the input element, it is automatically connected to the JavaScript object. And because at the same time I am saying down here that, hey, Mr. Taso, Neo Anderson. No, because I'm saying here, um, text, x text last name. The same way I said x model last name, okay? I said x text last name. I'm doing two different things. When I put x model on an input element, or I put it on a select element, or I put it anywhere that is an element that collects feedback, okay, a radio button, what I'm doing is I'm tying that input to a JavaScript object. So the way I say I want this element to be tied to an object is I would call X model on the element and give it a name. So let's do some more so it sticks. So here, for instance, I have the input. I say it's the phone number. Up here, I have the phone number, okay? I have variable, I have the email variable, I have the address variable, I have the last name variable, okay? And the first name variable. Cool? So I have the phone number input down here, but the phone number input, if I type on it right now, it's not going to do anything, okay? It's just going to collect the data, but nothing happens. I want to tie that to that variable. I will come down here and I will say, I'll come down here and I'll say, X model, and then what we will type inside here, phone number, okay? Now, the minute I do this, I'm saying, whenever someone types inside here, take whatever they type immediately and put it in the phone number variable, okay? I have an email, and I can do the same thing. I'll come here, and I'll say, what? Who can remember? Anyone in the chat wants to go ahead, type? Anyone in the chat wants to go ahead and try? Anyone in the chat wants to go ahead and type something? What are we going to type there? Anyone? No one? What are we going to type here to tie the what we're doing to the? I don't see. Yes. Okay. So anyone? What are we going to put here to make it tied to the? I'm waiting for the link. I'm waiting for the link. No one? Anyone? Nervous? Le goût français? Okay, it's better. Um, okay, so just in case you're watching via YouTube or on Instagram, you can ask questions there, and I think a member of the team should be able to bring the questions my way, and I will be able to address them. Okay, so moving on, moving on, moving on, moving on, moving on, moving on. So one of the things that we are trying to do is make sure that the knowledge is passed along, but we also are on a short lock, so I'll just keep typing. We're going to say X model, okay, because that's how you type. X model, and here we're going to say email. And we're going to do it one more time. If I want to tie this input to the address, what am I going to type here? Anyone? Anyone? Tama, you say you're trying hard to learn. What are we going to type here? If you said X model, you're going to be right. We're going to type X model, okay? And it's going to be X model address. So we have X model address, X model, so we have to also do the same for first name. X model first name, X model last name, and we're good to go. Okay, so we have all of this. Now, one of the things we can do here is we can say, when we click on the button, I'm going to call Tosify, and I'm going to give you some feedback, and let's see. And if I want to make sure that this button can only be clicked or cannot be clicked when after you've clicked it, I'll put the class is loading on the button, and then if we do that and we come back here, you will see that the button cannot be clicked whenever you say the button cannot be clicked, okay? Okay. Okay, so you can see that the button is loading, and when the is loading state is toggled, the button will not be clickable. So whenever we click, we're going to add the is loading state to the button. And it's something that's very, very easy to do with JavaScript. So we can come here and we can say at click, okay, is loading is equals to is loading. Okay, I'm just going to give you an instance. And then here, I'm going to add a class, but this is a JavaScript class, and I'll call that class is loading. Now, inside here, I'm saying that it's loading is empty, so there's no class. And then when I click this button, it should start loading. See? When I click this, it started loading. So where's this? Inspect. I knew I had to take a look at this abc.tss class. Just keeps on giving. Okay, so we've proven that when you click on this, the state is toggled, so it starts loading. Okay? When you click on it, the state is toggled, it starts loading. So let's go ahead and apply some logic then to this. So let's close hands and let's make some good time. So let's so this function here called Toastify, which is the library we added earlier, and to say we want that function to be called inside here, we just say volunteer now. Okay, so here we see that when we click, it says volunteering. But we want this to only come out when we have done volunteering and for it to show the loading when we click. So we're going to do a couple of things. And then another thing that we have to take a look at is that if we have to call the Toastify text duration every single time, then we might as just well give up, okay? So we're going to take this and we're going to create a couple of utility functions that help us. One of such is something we're going to call SupToast, okay? So I want to say whenever I call SupToast, if I say SupToast like this, I say it's info and I say it's volunteering at times. So Noble course, we'll get back to you soon. And we come here and then we say 5,000, okay? Then show for 5,000 or 5 seconds, and then we're good. So I want to create this where I give it the type. Is it info? Is it warning? Is it error? Okay? So info should be blue, warning should be yellow, error should be red, and then success should be, or good, success should be green. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create that, and we're going to call it, let's put it in the template, and let's say we're going to do something called includes. Inside here, let's create something called scripts.gender, and then here we're going to say script, and then we'll say const SupToast is equals to, and then what I want to do here is to say switch the kind, the message, and the duration. Okay? So I want to switch kind. I want to switch kind. Switch kind. And then I say case success. I will say I'll say let color equals to we're going to make this something we can interpolate. And then we're going to say color, okay? So let's do this. We say color is going to be equals to this. Break, case, error, case, info, case, warning, error, red, info, blue, warning, yellow, success, red. Okay, but let's make this okay, and then here I'm going to say duration, and you can say is equals to 3000 as the default, and there you go. So the duration is optional, the default is 3000. If you don't provide a color, you get this color, okay? And moment of truth. Let's come to layout, block scripts, and block, and inside here, let's includes now if we say super toast success, you should get some feedback. What's going on here? So let's come here and see what we say. Toastify, let's show toast. Let's message. here, we're going to say twist on. We're going to try and make the code consistent with the design system. So let's go to tasks to CSS. And we need to do one more. Let's take a look at the warning. Okay, so let's do this. Here we have spent a lot of time just configuring. And I have all of these set up already. It's just putting in just so you can see how it's done the second time. So we're going to close this to toast. That is good for us for now. And we're going to do something else called this should have there should be a way to do this. You cannot hear me. Oh, I see. So let's look for a way to redo this without good. I need I need my two-factor authentication. My phone, my Google listing. So let's close this. Okay. I have to hide my screen. Yes. I have to hide my screen. OTP, so it's not caught by the camera, and my OTP codes are not shown to the internet. Okay, so we can switch. So there's a don't even know if it's comfortable. Maybe it would be more comfortable for me to stand it. I might bear it. Okay, so we can come here and we can say superposed. And also abstract away what we want to do. Wait. Wait, sorry, give me a minute. Let me go mute. I'm going to go on a short minute break. I'll be right back, 5 minutes. Thank you. Now 5 minutes break like this. So.
The Lord is just
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate. I really appreciate.
Hold on, we're doing the best.
Thank you.
It's not easy.
It's not.
Hey, Jesus. This is brain work. One more. Hold on. If you know your phone.
2 weeks only.
Who are the doctors? Are they not here?
They are sitting that side.
Make up. Anything I can hear you. Hold on. Hold on, bro.
It's a video. I thought it was my wife wants to. Look, I take my wife first. I take her as well.
So what? Okay, who did put in asunder?
I got what you break it for me. Yeah, you've been up on that for a very long time. No, it's not easy. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well
Well
done.
More stress now with you and your wife.
Like, I finally met him.
Eric.
Yes, with mommy
Collecting
too.
our money.
I was there. You know, say the new app for iPhone during the daytime like this, the flash not the work. I said the new app on iPhone, but during the time, the flash doesn't work.
So he fixed my book for free.
We thank God.
You are resuming.
Yes.
You know something to eat now.
No. Okay. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Mhm. So for the sending of items to the our for our network agent, okay, for the library that we want to use to send data from the browser to the back end, we're going to use something called super agent, okay? There's Axios, the super agent, and we can take a quick look at both of them. So let's come here and open super agent, and then let's open Axios. And you can also just use the native browser fetch, okay? You can use fetch, and that then would be something to the tune of, we come in here and we say the URL which we want to get. So, and then we're going to say return, and then we have get, and this is going to be something like this, and then we say post, something like this, and you see that we can say here corresponds as opposed to await fetch. So something like this, and or we can use what do you call it, an Axios, or we can use super agent. Super agent, yes. Now, one of the things that we can do here then would be like super agent versus Axios versus fetch, just for people that want to have a comparative analysis, which of them is the best. So let's add minute on the button. Hello, on the go. Welcome to the 100-hour run. We are now at 60 hours. If you have questions, please raise your hand. Moving on, we're taking a look at super agent versus fetch. We're taking a look at super agent versus fetch, and there are a couple of things that like you can read this article basically. Like for me personally, I have no preference about using super agents or using fetch, but I do like consistency of design, and so once we start with whatever we're trying to do, so we can say here, like for instance, we can roll our own very quickly and say when I call, so let's say const super play, okay, is equals to this. No, so if I said super post and I put like an endpoint here, I can then say post, because what we get back from here is actually an object. So I can say post, and that will give me, and I can call that and say then, and I go like the whole, or I can go the promise-based route and just say await, and yeah, get what it is, because we use async here. So irrespective of what we want to use, personally I prefer a super agent. I like API, and it's not a bad library to use. So it's something that we can definitely reuse again. So if we come here to also, because we're saying we want to go like very granular and your method should not have too many reasons to change, you can basically come here and say something like don't super agent, and this is actually super agent API, okay? And we set here the X from ID, and we can go ahead and, because we are rendering via Jinja, put some context dot X form ID. Okay, something like that. And then we can say we want to set content type, and that's it. So the only thing we're doing here is setting the method, the header, and then the content type. So that's it, okay? Like a very lightweight wrapper, and we can come here and say the same thing for const super get, and it's going to do the same thing. And we can also set here that we accept JSON, for instance. Okay, so now we have super toast, super post, super get. We can add super patch. You get the drill. That's the URL and the. So how do we get super agent? Okay. CDN.js is good enough. come back here. And we're going to use the same tactic we used before, where we basically said that if you are creating something, super agent S comes before T. So we're going to say here script, super agent.new.js. We click this, it doesn't exist. VS Code will tell you it doesn't exist. You want to create a file, click yes. And then we can right click here and we can paste, or we can just say ctrl-v. Okay? And so we close this, and now we have super agent. Now we have super agent. Now, because of the nature of our scripts.ginger, it is also possible for us to do something like this and paste this to here. So when we say include scripts, we put this locality of the data, we put the specify that is needed down here in the same place as we put the super agent that is needed down here as well. So like they're all in the same place. And then in our layout.ginger file, we can just include all of them at the bottom of our file. And the reason why we put it in the block scripts is in case we want to remove super agent and Toastify. I don't think we're ever going to want to remove them, okay? So, and if we do, we can come and just put it in a block in that case, but we're not going to need it is the default. Since you're going to need it, there's no point in us actually including it, okay? So let's go ahead and excuse me. Let's go ahead and continue with our development, okay? So we're going to close here, close here, close here, close here, close here, close, and let's open that back and close this and leave that open, and flag icons, are we going to use it? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Okay, so we have here first name, last name, phone number, email address, and then volunteer our time, okay? So when we click on volunteer our time, we see volunteering attempts and noble cause, we'll get back to you soon. That's not what we want to show. What we want to do when we click on volunteer our time is we want to make sure that first things first, before we talk about getting back to you, okay? We want to make sure that we make the form not, like, you can't click the form twice. So the first thing we're going to say is if it's loading, okay? Then return immediately. It's like there's no point continuing with the function if it's loading, okay? Or let's use dot length due to the truthiness of JavaScript, okay? And JavaScript works, so let's move on. Otherwise, we're going to set it's loading, okay? So that means that the minute you click, if it's loading, it goes back. If not, it's going to say it's loading. So if you click a second time, its loading has been set. So it's going to go back and it's going to continue until its loading is unset. So let's come here and then we're going to say, now this is what we would do if we were not using a library. Like, let me show you. We would have to type this out every single place where we were sending, like we'll type volunteer, method, post, header, body, JSON stringify, then it's loading, if response to okay, yes, like, no, we just want to go here and say super post, okay, and we want to say super post to first name is first name, last name is last name, email is email, address is address, okay, but actually this is not going to work, so let's go back. And we're going to say then response, and then we're going to say catch, it's an error, and that's it. So now we're going to set its loading is equals to this, irrespective of if it's a catch or a den. We want to finally do this, okay? So that huge, massive fetch like that is gone, okay? Super agent just simplified it for us. We say super post, we give it the address, we say send this data, and then we're going to handle catch, we're going to handle it, and then for this, we can literally and really just say something like this. Finally, it's moving supposed to this, and we're good to go, okay? Another thing that we can do is also simplify. Like, we don't want to go into the details of the error. We just want to tell you, hey, something went wrong. You can just come here and also say something like super toast. Okay? And then here we'll say error and something went wrong. And if that's the case, we also just want to say for the response, we can also do the same. Now that I'll advise that, we can say response, supertoast, success, volunteering is a good thing, yabba yabba yabba, all that text that was there, volunteering is a noble cause, and we are going to get back to you in a bit. So here we say warning, and let's take this out. Okay. So we can say success here. Remember, we created the supertoast function ourselves, so we can do this, and if we clicked on this now, it should give us an error, but it is, yes, this is why. This is why I removed it the first time. We don't say it's loading, we say this, because we're in an object and we need to use this to access that. So this to access that, that's fine. And what is going to happen here then is we're going to say superpost volunteers.send, okay? Then we're going to want to send some data over the wire, okay? But there's a difference between what we're using on the back end. On the back end, we're using Python. On the front end, we're using JavaScript. Now, you can also use JavaScript on the back end, and then you have the same thing everywhere. That's a possibility. Maybe we should have done that and just taught on JavaScript, but figured it would be good to teach Python so that you can get your feet dirty into a multi-paradigm language. That's a language good for web, good for AI and machine learning, also than any other language. Good for, you can also do desktop apps and do a couple of things with it, so that's why we chose Python, okay? And we also taught JavaScript. So let's go here and say first, name this dot first name, and last name this dot last name, and we can just tab to complete. So on the server, because we're using Python, we're using snake case, and then on the client, we're using camel case, okay? Because that's the nature of JavaScript. It's like camel case, Python is snake case, okay? So all this data will be sent to the server at the address volunteers. So if we did this right now and we refresh the page and we say volunteer my time, it will tell you something went wrong. Something went very wrong. And the reason why it does that is because here we said if there's an error, just say something went wrong, okay? Something went very wrong. So the minute we hit, it says something went wrong, okay? Now, this dot is loading. That is, so when we click this, something went wrong, and then this comes back, okay? Something went wrong. So we don't want to know what went wrong, we just told something went wrong. But we can also make it such that, sorry, hold up, let me say hello to the wonderful health professionals that kept us moving throughout all these days. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you guys have done. Thank you. Thank you. I hope this is not the last time you're going to see. When we're collecting the award, you're going to be happy.
Yes, sir.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Please, this. Everyone, these are the people that kept us alive during these days. Say hello. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That your machine is not correct. It's always giving me wrong blood, my BP. Okay. So, coming back to what we're building, okay? So, we can also say that we want to know exactly what went wrong, and in that instance, respond appropriately and say, oops, looks like the network is offline, looks like, but that is just too much engineering and we don't really care about that for now, so we're just going to say something went wrong, please try again later, okay? Not something went very wrong, okay? Something went wrong, please try again later, okay? And now if we click on this, it says something went wrong, please try again later. That's good enough for us, okay? Now, away from that, we also want to, on the server, make sure that that is working, and there are a couple of places you can put it, okay? Now, this is the Python land. We've talked about this extensively, so we might not go into the details explaining Python code anymore, but I'll explain what I am doing, and since Python is like English, it should be fairly straightforward for you to follow us as well. The objective is that, of course, you get, this is like a computer lesson. You're watching firsthand as I do it, and I'm explaining what I'm doing, and I'm explaining the syntax where I think it might be complicated. Okay, so we have here browse.website.up. This is where all the routes for our website live, browse.users.up, and this is where we go to, because we want to add the ability to volunteer. So we're going to say app.posts, and we're going to say here volunteers, and we're going to say controllers dot, let's make this users dot volunteer. So we don't want to make this on the portal subdomain because you don't log in, you don't do, so this is just going to be on the regular one, okay? And this will, now when we save this, we're going to get an error in the terminal because this doesn't, no module name controls its users. And that's because whenever you give a string to Heaven, which is the web Python framework we're using, that string, Heaven is going to try and find it. Okay, so Heaven is a framework I built to support. Please go to GitHub and just give it a star. Okay, it's free. Giving something a star is free. Okay, so we're going to go to GitHub and okay, so come here and give it a star. It's free, okay? So I'm just gonna come here, copy, I'll paste it in the chat. Go and star it. It is free to star, and let's make it more popular, okay? I started working on it like 3 years ago, but I left it abandoned, and more recently I just took it up because it's a very simple framework to teach people with, and I showed a lot of love, okay? So, moving on, here we're saying we want to volunteer, and it's when you click on Donate My Time that you come to this beautiful page. So, what does we zoom in here? we want to enter our first name, last name, phone number, email address, and we're going to do that with saying here, so let's do this. Usually I like putting the JavaScript after the normal attributes, so all JavaScript attributes after. This is just irritating the life out of me, this whole MDN reference nonsense that GitHub keeps doing. Okay, so let's come here and let's say X model is equals to first name, okay? And then we're going to add something on top of it, or after it, I'm just going to be required. Okay? And we're going to do the same thing for this. And we're going to just put here required. Okay? So, bam. Now, this is required, okay? But because it's not a form, you cannot, like when you click, it doesn't come here automatically. And the application has an error, so this is not going to come back on time whilst it waits for the application to get into a state of, so to do that, we're going to into a correct state. We come here, we're going to change this to users, okay? And then we're going to change this to users, okay? And everything should be fine again. Oh, it's not because we don't have the volunteer, so we're going to close this, and it's not, this is going to be free or open, async dev volunteer, and we say request, this is going to be a request, response is response, context is context, and here we're going to get data from the user as submitted. Make sure it is valid. Save the data and tell the user or give the user an error if data is inconsistent, and return the user with an appropriate feedback. Otherwise, and we're going to say pass. Okay. So there are a couple of things that we have done to help us collect data from the user. One of them is something called expect, and it collects a JSON schema, which is something that we covered earlier. And then for the JSON schema, we say, you always say what type it is. It's an object, and then there is a key called properties, and it's in this key that you specify what exactly it is that you're hoping to collect. In our case, we want to collect the first name. It should be a type string, okay? It is required, and we say the mean length is 1, okay? We need the same thing for last name, and then we need the same thing for the email. And the thing about the email is we have to specify here that the format is email, okay? That way it's not just any string that we enter here. And then we're of course going to say these are the things that are required. The first name is required, the last name is required, and we don't want any additional properties, only the properties we specify should be sent. So if we take a look here, we have first name, last name, phone, email, address. Okay, so we have first name, last name. We're going to say phone, which can be optional. And then we have address. Okay. So when we do this, we're going to get this in context as context.com. And then we also want to inject So I'm thinking about what happens when you actually submit the form. One, should we create the, yes, we create the individual directly, but then the user is not created. So yes, we're going to create an individual directory. So we're going to use individuals table. So we're going to say operations, individuals, and we're going to import that from the connection interceptor. So from interceptors dot connections, import operations, and we're good. So down here we're going to then say op operation is equals to context dot individuals op, and then we can say something like op dot reset and let's change this. So we're going to say content.keep, and we're going to say JSON, and we call it body. Okay. We could also put it inside here, so it is clear that if there is no exception, we just say content.keep JSON body and lookup body. So lookup body makes it so we don't have to say get. JSON is just going to give us actual data. So inside here, we can just come here and say JSON. Okay, instead of accessing the form directly. Now, one of the things that we can then do after this is to say, okay, we say up.insert JSON, and we need to run it. Okay, we need to run it, but for that we need to await. So we say result is equals to await, and remember we said that the whole idea is let's do this. Let's see op dot insert, and we're going to say returning ID, and then we're going to say resource avoid op dot run, and we need to try this because anything can happen with. Then we're going to say here except, and we're going to say here okay, so let's make it more detailed by giving some HTTP status, and then okay, let's make the server tell the browser exactly what news wants the browser to display. So to do that, we're going to say, okay, if let's import some exceptions from async.pg, which is the driver we're using to take to the database, from ASIC PG import unique violation error, which is what happens when there's a conflict, and let's say data error, which is what happens when a data is provided that is not compatible with what the database server was expecting. Now we have here try is equals to await op.run, and then we're first going to say accept data error, okay? And then we're going to say return unprocessable entity. And the data here, so let's just say response. So I'll say context dot yeah, so here I'm going to say response dot headers. Let's do this. Let's say I call it gossip. Okay. Response. Check the information provided. Try again. There's also something that we can do, which is instead of saying this, we can just in JSON8. What we're just going to do here is go ahead and return this, okay, and leave the whole responsibility to another method. And in JSON8, what we can do then is to say something like int, and then we say http status dot unprocessable entity, and we can say check data sent and try again, okay? And we can do something like authorize, and we say here like looks like you don't have you don't have the right credentials. You can also use here double quotes so that you can use single quotes without issue inside here, okay? Looks like you don't have the right credentials. Don't have access. Looks like you don't have enough. Looks like you don't have enough access. Okay? Looks like you don't have enough access. So we can provide a couple of hints, and then based on these hints, we just so in JSON8, we also say something like response dot headers is equals to API message, okay, hints to get response status. So depending on the status you send back, we're going to give you a message, and then the API can display that message. So that way it's very, very simple, and we don't have to be doing it in every single method, because that's just going to get cumbersome. Okay? Happy for the people that were saying, always provide some errors so that the user knows what is going on. So we're going to do that, and we are also going to take a look at, so now whenever if we say unprocessable entity, immediately like the correct error is going to be sent out, so we don't have to worry about what message the client is going to display. That's their problem, this is our problem. Okay, so we have, it's But our problem because we're putting on both sides, but yeah. So we have here the operations, individuals, JSON 8, and one of the okay. So here we have the JSON schema that we're going to expect. Okay, and we can actually do something here and say the max length for this should be like 256 characters. 255, okay? We can do the same thing for the email and say the max length should be 128. Because if you have a longer email, what are you doing? Mining for mails or spam? That's not a bad strategy to, you know, how many people are going to type a very, very long name just to send spam? But a bot's probably doing it, so it doesn't matter. Anyways, moving on. So we have the returning, and then we have result await, okay, and then we say except unique violation error, and then we say conflict, okay, and then we say except at request, except, sorry, and here we say return response without HTTP status dot bad request, and we say none. So here we have conflict, unprocessable entity, and we're going to come here and let's add some more, okay. HTTP status dot conflict, okay. Similar record already exists. So we have conflict, and then we have bad requests. Bad request must not only be data you send, it can also be that okay, let's say something is wrong with your request, okay? That's better, okay? So we now know that we can send this, okay, 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 okay. JSON is going to always run, and because the function runs for JSON needs logic runs. So we have here bad request, conflict, unprocessable entity. Otherwise, we're going to return HTTP status dot created, okay, and then we're going to go ahead and say something like should we return data? Not really. Okay. So let's come here, JSON and say so save successfully. We can change that later, okay? Okay, so let's not get stuck on it. And here we have created, and we can say, okay, request completed successfully. Here, you say HTTP status, okay. Say request completed successfully, saved. Okay. Okay, so here we have this, and we created this, we tied it to volunteers, and we should be able to then hit this. Unprocessable entity, okay? So we're hitting volunteers, and it's actually giving us the correct thing, which is unprocessable entity. And oh, he was missing a request, and okay. So we're going to go here and say the unprocessable entity. So at the script level, we're going to come and yep, we should always get like, we don't want to also come into every single super post. We're making into every action and then be checking for the response, the status. What we want to be doing is we want to get the, like we want to, like, so you know that when we hit the then block, it means that our request was sent successfully. But we don't want to check in every then for what the message is. So in our super toast, what we can do is send the response. Okay? So we can say success, and then we can send the response. Okay? So then we can do this. And if we're sending the response, then we can actually get rid of the curly braces and just say super toast. Okay, so what happened was the Google Meet on Google One, you're only allowed to record for 30 hours non-stop, after which it will kick you out and you have to join the meeting again. So that's what happened, and here we are. So what actually is happening here is that you're actually not like you don't need to put the curly braces if you're going to just say send the response in. So we can send the response in, and we can do the same thing for here. We can just send the error in, and we're good to go. Okay, we're good to go. So if that is the case, then maybe we should change the nature of the API for Superhost so that we send the data and call only then, because the API is going to, like, because maybe then it's possible for us to say, hey, you know what, we want to superpose to this endpoint with this data, okay? And because we know that if it's successful, we're just going to read all superpost and read the status from it, then, or we can do a separate one and call it super send. We need something else and say super send. Okay, so that's fine. So now we have response and catch and finally, okay. So here we have we're going to refresh this data, and we're going to go to scripts .ginger, and in superpost are going to super toast, okay? We are going to, let's do this, okay? We can create, so we have super toast already, so we can create some sort of naming things is hard, okay? Those synonyms we're gonna call super salute super B, okay? Super salute or super pledge, okay? So yeah, you can say super pledge, okay? Because we're pledging to do something. So here, we're going to say we want to, what we're trying to do here is we're going to use super toast, so we don't have to do all of this, okay? We are going to delete all of this from here, and then we can say, so the idea is you don't put a message, you don't put a duration, you just put the entity that we receive back, okay? And if, so we say if it's a string, then entity string, then just call super toast. Otherwise, if it is a response or error, get the header message or get the header with key x hint and display it, okay? So here we're going to say if the type of, and AI does this for us, but we're going to have to, of course, take a look. If type of entity is string, okay, we're going to go ahead and send the duration, okay? Else, this is a kind of long-winded one, okay? So basically it's checking here if the entity has a header that's x hint, then it's going to give you super toast. Kind entity headers x hint. Otherwise, it's going to give you entity dot status text. That's not what we want to do exactly. So let's go ahead. It's fine for now, but usually we're going to return that anyways. So let's come here and super pledge instead of super toasting, okay? Now, what we're going to do here then is we're going to JSON8 and we're going to call this hints and call this x hint. Now we're all set. Now we're all set. Now we're all set. So if we go ahead and refresh this right now, something is off console. is where the error is. We did not account for it in our ginger. So we're going to say here scripts.ginger and superpledge kind. Okay. Okay, so we have here because I think we have to get a response, but first from here we get 4 to 2. Okay, so here we want to, let's do this, okay? Let's say ent is equal to entity, so we can inspect it in the after it's gone, so we say ent. Okay, dot response, I'm sure, which is what we're supposed to do. Dot header dot x hint or end dot response dot headers dot x hint and dot definitely end dot response. There is no header being sent back. I see, I know why. That's because we are being returned at the expect phase, and we should be returned. So JSON it should always be the first one, so that no matter what happens after, JSON it responds. Because the way we arranged our decorators makes it such that Python executes top down. So it's gonna go to expect. Expect is gonna check the JSON schema and return before it even gets to JSON 8 when JSON 8 was all the way down here. Okay? So we wanna move it away from here and put it up here, so it's always the first to be called. But it's always going to first call the next function anyways, and then after all those functions executed, only then will it check the response and act. So doing this should give us some header information. This will still fail because we're not like end.response.header. Now we have x hint, okay, which is what we wanted, okay? So end.response.headers x hint, check the data set and try again. That's what we want. And another thing that we can do here is to say, let's change this to created and check if we still get the, so request complete successfully, okay. So when the status when the status is positive, let's take a look at the end anyways. And response, okay, is undefined. So what we're going to do here then, we're going to use end.response as our condition. Why are we doing that? Because if it's successful, then the super agent gives you the response directly, and then if it's an error, you have to check the response in the error. Okay, so here we're just going to say ent dot headers dot x hint, and then we get the message that we want. Okay, so what we're going to then do here is we're going to use, like, all this is fine and good. Let's come back here and make this how it's supposed to be, and come here and say, no, not layout of Ginger. Let's host this. we're saying scripts.ginger, and then here we're going to say not entities or headers, but entity dot response. Okay, because this might be undefined, so this will throw an error because we're trying to access an attribute of undefined. Okay, so we're saying entity.response. If it is that the case, then we're going to come here and say supertoast entity. No, we're going to change this. So let's move this from here. If it has a response, then it's an error. So we're going to say entity.response. Or let's do something better, okay? Let's say let headers is equal to, if there's a response, okay, then we send back the entity.response. Otherwise, we send back the entity, okay? So here we're saying, like, okay, let the response, because if it's a successful request, then super agent will give you the response directly, okay? If it's a successful request, super agent will give you the response like directly, and if it's not, then it will give you the response on the error, okay? So entity.response for a successful request will be undefined, and then if entity.response is undefined and is false, okay, then we won't get the first, we'll get the second, and if it's true, then we're going to get the entity.response and we'll forget about the entity itself. Then down here, we're going to say supertoast, okay, kind response, or let's even just say message and duration, because here what we're going to do then is we're going to say let message is equals to response dot headers x hint, okay? So we made everything on its own line. I mean, we could have done this and made it like a very convoluted line, but like it reads good, and now we can remove this, and let's test our new logic out, and check the data you sent and try again. Now it works like it should, okay? And then if it responds with something positive, so if we get a it was formatters. If we get an okay here, and we send it, request completed successfully, okay? If we get a created here, okay, it's going to give us a different message. Saved, request completed successfully, because the idea behind created is that you get a 201, okay? So here we're let's leave it whilst we're coding, and we'll remove it later. Okay, so let's go ahead and return this to the way it was before, unprocessable entity, and let's continue our walk around the park. Now, the reason why this is saying the unprocessable entity is because the reason why we're saying like this, we're getting the whole problem is when you take a look at this, we're using JSON schema. At the server level or the Python level, we're using JSON schema, okay? So we have here object, and then have the prompt, like this here is JSON schema, okay? And because of how we are using the decorator, this JSON schema is compiled, and when it is compiled, it's stupid fast. So if we send, you see like it responds in like a millisecond here, about like it's super fast, okay? Because it's compiled. Now, we expect a first name, a last name, a phone, an email, an address, okay? And then we said that the required properties are the first name, last name, and the email, and the additional properties are false, which means outside of the things we have specified here, we don't want you to send any additional keys or any additional fields, okay? So let's take a look at the client and see what it's sending us. So we have the first name, is this the first name, last name, is this the last name, phone number, is this the phone number, email, and address. And let's map it to this. There's a mismatch. Here we're saying phone, here we're saying phone number. So that's an additional field. So we're going to get an unprocessable entity response from the server. Hence, when we take a look here, you see 422 unprocessable entity or unprocessable content, okay? You understood the content type and the syntax was correct, but it was unable to process the contained instructions. Now, I chose that field because I think it relates more closely to what has happened here, is that you sent data, but like, we understand the data, but we can't process the data because it did not meet a specific condition, okay? Of course, there are others that you can argue might meet it more closely, like precondition failed or something like that, if I remember correctly, but yeah. So here we have the phone. So let's correct one of them, and the server is always preferred over the client. So we're gonna come here and we're gonna correct this one, because you might have multiple clients and you don't want to be correcting your server for every client you have. So now this is going to, like, we're still going to fail, because if you check, we say we want a mean length of 1, mean length of 1, mean length of 10, although that's not required, max length of 1 to 8, which is fine, and max length of 255, okay? So what is going to happen here is that you're going to have to, let's take a look at the data. Let's send it again, okay? We're going to send this, and it says check the data you sent and try again, okay? So let's say, okay, so Ortega, okay? I didn't complete the names, of course. And then the phone number plus 344 555 66 888. And then email, John Snow, or let's use John Snow, so we can just go ahead and say John Snow at gameofthrones.com. And then for address, we say the Night's Watch wall in the north. Night's Watch, okay? So now you see what is going on here is that the response we got from the server is 201 created, okay? 201 created. If we do it again, maybe we might get an error. Similar data already exists. Okay, so it's working how we want it to be, okay? It's working exactly how we want it to work. There are no, it's exactly how we want it to work. Now let's take a look at, because we saw conflict. So you can see there's a conflict here, and this was created, okay? So we've been able to successfully tie our front end. So now if we push up, then it is possible for people to go and register as volunteers, okay? And say you want to volunteer per time. Now, let's take a look at the SQL file and see what we have here. So we have Now we have individual and we have individual skills. Let's move it all the way to the beginning and come back to users. And so this is working how we expect it to work. You can register as a volunteer. Okay. If we take a look at this, what is unique in an individual? The email is unique. The phone is unique. Okay, so we're good that way. And what else are we going to do is let's test this for a little bit. Let's come here and let's do something. We're going to do this, okay? We can also add the ability to validate phone numbers, which is something that we might want to do because we just don't want anyone to come and submit a phone number. So we can do the library for that. If you come here to PyPy, we can use the phone number library. Okay. So we're going to say pip install phone numbers. So we're going to come here and then we're going to make another terminal and we say here pip install phone numbers, and we should have it in a few seconds. There you go, Starlink. Okay, so we have the phone numbers library. We can also take a look at the documentation to see what's actually going on behind the scenes. So say import phone numbers from phone numbers in util. Print phone numbers to parse. So from phone numbers, we want to import parse, which is what I can tell from that. And we're going to go here and say arranging our libraries in the order of from top to bottom. We're going to say from phone numbers import parse. Okay. And then we want to parse the phone number, so I'm going to go ahead here and say parse context.phone, okay. So here we want to say, this phone is not a required field. So I want to say here, if context.phone, okay, we want to parse it. Now, we have to also check, does it throw an exception or if we don't, does it just return an invalid? Let's test it out because we don't have the time to play around with that documentation. Come here and let's say Python and say from phone numbers import parse, okay. And if I say parse and I give it a so let's do this. So it can raise a number parse exception. So we're going to need to handle that somehow. So of course we're going to first import the number parse exception. So number parse exception. And then away from that, so here we say dir p, and we say here merge from national number. So of course we can say p dot raw inputs, p dot 232. Okay, so it's crazy to think that I see. So it basically the parsing is not as extensive when you use dot parse. I guess there's a different. Okay, what about if we use dot parse and we gave it just 2, 3, 2, 4, 5? It's gonna say missing. So we have an option of either we use the country code or we don't use the country code. But let's take a some look at the documentation and. We can also use the valid number. So let's say from phone numbers import. How did they put it? Is valid number. Okay. Is valid number, and we say is valid number, and we put p, and make it false. Okay. So what we want to do then is to check if it exists, and if that's the case, if it's an invalid number, what do we want to do about it? We are going to refuse and reject it from being sent into the DB. So a number can pass validation, but then it can fail. It can pass a number can pass the parsing phase, but fail the validation phase. Okay, so that's clear. That's very, very clear. So let's come here and then let's take a look at how we want to do that in our code without writing much code. So here we're going to say the phone is equal to this, okay? And then we're going to say phone is equal to is valid number, phone or so if you give us an invalid number, we don't save it, or we throw an exception. It's going to be one of those. If you give an invalid number, we don't save it, or we throw an exception. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Context phone, and is valid phone number. We come here. We say is valid number. And let's make this more so from phone numbers. There's no exception. So it's just in the parent, okay. Let's take a look. Okay. So one of the things that we can do here then is to say phone numbers import is valid number, parse number exception. And then down here we say contact the phone number, we say it's valid number or none. And we want to go ahead and try. Let's do this. Because I'm notoriously known for not liking to use ifs. So let's just go ahead and try to parse it, and let's accept, and okay. So is it? Okay, so what we're doing here then is we're saying that, and we can still put this on one line, and just do this, okay? So we say, here we're gonna put the phone as well, and let's go ahead and try to save this. Let's put the 9 here, let's put so what happened? What happened? I'm sure we returned an error that was not okay, that was not a part of the internal server error. Okay. things that we can then do is, so this is good enough. And we say with country code, so everyone should know. And if we go ahead and make this and we submit like this, it says check the data you sent and try again. I should know that I can check this data and try again. Of course, we can make this a little bit more, we can add more engineering to it, like giving feedback on the exact field that requires validation. Doing things like blurring where necessary, but yeah, this is good enough for a start. So let's continue. So one of the things that we then need to do is we need to one is we need to create for a way to remove the number parsing logic and put somewhere so that if we have full number validation in another place, we don't have to write the same code twice. That would require like rethinking the validation style. Probably need to create maybe like a validator function so that our function is not doing too many things at the same time. That's one of the things that we can do. So come in here, we're going to have to say, okay, so we super pledge, and then we're going to say the, I think, let's see. Yes. Okay. You can say there's also the possibility for us to wrap all the elements, all the fields in a form and put like a reset. Like I showed this in the early introduction to HTML. And then we instrument the form. When you click, we prevent the default of submitting, but the research should reset the form. It'll be interesting to see how that works. Okay, so we have see. So because the phone number is invalid, it says the similar data already exists, which is going to give us a problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and solve for that problem. I think Postgres introduced a new field that says unique. Wait, no, something like that. Text Postgres unique. Or distinct. I think that's it. Yes. Unique, not distinct. That's the one to use. That was introduced in Postgres, so we can use that. So and so let's come to beekeeper. Let's bring this here. Let's put this here and this here. We want to alter the table. And then we want to go ahead and drop functions. So let's check here. We're gonna select this. So I'm searching for the unique constraint for this. I don't think you can edit a unique constraint and make it unique, not null. So we might have to drop the unique constraint. So we call and say let's see. It was called, I think it was called individuals from key or something like that. I can't remember. Let's check it with the other ones. There's something like that. So let's take a look. Ooh, oh boy, I'm so tired. I think it's unique not null. Null not distinct, unique null not distinct. Like that. Remember? Okay. Yeah, so let's check. unique not distinct Postgres. Let's take a look here. We have I hope I'm using the right version of Postgres. I think I have to put this before process. That would be weird because that means this whole thing is one. Okay, so I did it. We created that. It already exists. So that being the case, let's take a look at this command again. Alter table. Individuals have constraints, individual phone key. That part is clear. It's this part that was the problem. Unique mouse not distinct. So unique mouse not distinct is one compound thing. Unique mouse not distinct. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to remember so that I don't always have to come back and take a look at the documentation. As you program, it's usually best to do something like that. When you encounter something, you try and make it sticky. So, okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and check again. So here, even though we're setting the phone, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So, if the phone exists and it's not a valid phone, but let's reject it. Okay. Let's reject it. Let's reject it. Let's reject it. So I'm looking at the best way to go about doing this so we don't use too many ifs, because I'm not a fan of ifs. So we have the phone, but we can say if. So let's do that. But I really don't care about that. It's probably a way that I can do that, but it's not worth thinking about too much right now. Move on. Particular ways to remove this netted if, but my brain stop working at the highest or the fullest capacity. Oof, oof, oof. So what we're saying here is no. Something is wrong to request. Okay, something is missing in the request, and that's better. So here we say that we have the JSON schema that we use, and then we check if, like, from to data validation on the data that comes from the schema. But there's something that we can do that might be a little bit better, which would be to, instead of performing validation in the method, we have like a validator outside that so I can come, I can mark the items that I want validated, and create a validator for everything. So you have to create like a rules-based engine. It's an exciting problem to think about. Probably maybe there's a library that exists. I know that if we use Pydantic, we can do that seamlessly. So we can replace just this one here, the Pydantic model, because it lends itself perfectly to that. And then we can call this inspect instead of expect, and do something like that inspect, and then say model base model, and from Pydantic import base model, and we do something like do something like you say def wrapper, and we return the wrapper. Okay. So what we're doing here is like for some use cases we want to use the step-by-step validation flow Pydantic has, and so for something like this, we can either choose to make the we can either choose to make the schema logic here instead of doing this to be a base model. I think Pydantic allows for programmatic model creation. I'm not sure. I think so. So there's a way to go about doing that. You can create the yes, it's here, dynamic model creation. So what we can do then, let's put this, so if we take a look here, you see that there's a whole dynamic model creation where you say create model, and then you give it your name, and then you specify. So now, the reason why we would use the dynamic model validation, like so I'm taking a look at it, it's possible. It's maybe because we want to put the model creation definition in the same place as the, otherwise we will just go to the root and create something called, let's create a folder called models, and inside there create a new file called individuals, and then there you say from Pydantic import base model, and then you say class individual, and then here you can say like phone is a string, email is an email string that we have to import anyways, and we say first name, last name, strings each. First name, last name, and then the address, which is a string. Now, I think the whole idea behind validation in Pydantic then is that you want to allow for some fields to be optional. And if you take a look at the Pydantic or the Pydantic, say here, how do we, like, here, so put this in data. So we can create field validator, model validator, field validator that would run like we field validator the name, and then we can check so that at the time it is being created, like you have of that. Another benefit of using Pedantic is that you can do things like exclude on set and whatnot. So you can exclude in your creation any field that wasn't set. So there's that. Okay, so here we have what I was trying to do is let's see, concepts and yeah, but anyways, the whole concept of union types and whatnot. I wonder how we didn't even cover this in the like so. We covered types to a small degree where we talked about is whatever, and like you have here first name is a string, but then it's possible for you to have union types where you can be a string or none, okay? And so in a pedantic environment or context, what this would mean is that the first name can be string or none, but it is a required field because there is no default, okay? It's a required field because there's no default. So here would have email string is equals to none, for instance. If that wasn't required, but it is a required field. And just by saying you want it to be an email string, Pedantic is going to create some validations, or Pydantic is going to create some validation. Okay, so we say first name is a string, it is required, last name is required, phone number is not, okay, and then we're going to create at the field validator, and we're going to use phone, and we're going to come here and say field validator is what we and then from here we say it's valid phone number, so it's valid number pass exception. So when you give your and one of the things that is important to know, we have to also put this at class method. I don't know why the AI did not generate that. One of the things to note is that when you're using field validators, you're usually dealing with at you want the first value that comes in. It's by convention the class. So you put apply the class method. You put class method, and the beauty of Pydantic over JSON schema is that you can put custom validation logic in the declaration of the fields that you want to validate. Okay, with JSON schema, like your validation constraints are kind of limited. You have regex, you have a couple of other things that you can use, but as far as writing like custom logic, like that is, of course, it's beyond the scope of a simple schema representation format like JSON, data representation format like JSON. I mean. So here we have the field validator, the phone, and what happens then here is that you try, and if it's invalid, okay, you don't return false, you actually throw an error. This is rubbish. Okay, I try and I parse this value, and if return is valid number phone, no, that's not what I want to do. So what I want to do here is quite simple, okay? I'm going to say, hey, parse the value that comes in, okay? I don't care if it fails because I want to try an error. So I'm going to say phone is equals to parse the value that came in, okay? And then I'm going to come here and say if not is valid number phone, I'm going to raise a value error saying invalid phone number. Otherwise, I'm just going to return the value that you gave me because that's really what I want, I really want to save. Okay, I'm just going to return the value that you gave. Now, so at every point I return only one thing. Okay, but I give like it's very clear what has to happen in this place. Okay, so we're building the product as we go along. We missed some part. For instance, we already built this place out. Like you can create, we work on the user interface. So we're adding functionality to the Big Hands product, and then when we should be finishing the product. We have by the time that was set, because it was 100 hours coding, we're at the 61-hour mark, and we want to finish everything before 100 hours. Okay, so let's go here and first name, last name, phone, email address. Minimize this. So we can go with this, or let's try something. We can go with this. And then we say here, individual. Then I say from model start. So here we say at inspect and which is going to use a different paradigm. We're going to use the yep, so everything's working like it should. So we're going to use a different paradigm because we're going to use Pydantic for this. So what we can do here is let's take a look at from access. Let's see, find our references. Okay, so we have here inspect, and then we say, I think delegate, no. I'm gonna try. Body is equals to rows. Requested body. And then we're gonna accept and say body is equals to this. Then we're gonna try model is equals to okay. Enter validation error. And then we're going to respond with this. Okay. And there are a couple of things that have been missed already, but I'm not going to cover because it's just beyond the scope. Now, else, we're going to go ahead and say something like context.key form. And go up and no, we're going to do that. We're going to do model instead. Okay, so we get pedantic model directly. Now, because this is a model, I think this should be just fine. That should be all that is needed. But then we have to also come here and say if it's coroutine function, the function that we wrapped, we're going to await it. I'm also just going to go ahead and call. So let's do that. Okay, so now should we do this? Check the data you sent and try again. We are running with the volunteer for individuals model, which is working as expected. So we don't need to go ahead and do all this if context of phone number and all of that. We don't also need to do this. We just come here and say, so what we get here as your data is going to be the base model, okay? So let's come here and say the model is a base model, and it's going to be the context of phone. So from Pydantic, we're going to import the base model, and then here we're going to say model dot, I think it's model dump JSON. That's it, and then we're going to exclude on set equals to true. I think so. That's it. So model dump JSON exclude on set is equals to true. Okay. model jump JSON exclude on set is true. So if we go here and we check, I think we're good this way. Let's go and see what gives. Check the data you sent and try again. Check the data you sent and try again. Check the data you sent and try again. So let's come here and say command. Okay, unpossessable entity. We have here the volunteer. You can just remove the result and say await op.run and so okay, so we have the model, which is a base model. We get it from the form, and then we can go ahead and check this individual's model now. And here we say we want the field validator to run. We say phone is equals to pass this value. If it's not a valid phone number, raise value error. If this raises, then it's okay. So whatever we get here is by no means do we return. So we're getting a phone number and we're returning a value because it passes validation, and in the inspect, we say so we say that we want to give me a minute, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a 5 minute break. When I come back, we're going to take a look at the inspect, because we have to fine tune or tweak this a little bit so that we can use both Pydantic and JSON schema interchangeably and perform some validations when we want to. Oh. I'm fine now.
Who's on the floor? Oh, it's Esther.
Yes.
How are you?
What password like that? Okay. Same as you. Okay. Okay, I hope you can hear me loud and clear. I had to maybe put my devices for a few seconds, switch off the mics and keyboards and mice so that no one mutes what we're doing. Okay, so coming back, we were talking about the base model, and we said that there is pedantic and we want to make sure that we can use both pedantic and JSON schema. We can use both pedantic and JSON schema. So what is going to happen here is we have inspect, we have accept validation error, and we give this model, and then we go later into the function to use that model. So coming here, we have field validator, and let's call this phone. So we have here the field validator, and the field validator is targeting the way Pedantic works is that you say, you give it a field validator and you say what you're targeting. In this instance, it's targeting the phone, and we say that the phone is not mandatory because we give the default value, but then if it is there, then we have to run the validation logic. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what happens in this instance when we give it terrible data. So if we give it data that is like so this, we got a too short, no pass exception, and we chose to willfully not handle this because we could say try, and we say here accept, and then we raise the value error, number is invalid, and if we tried it again, we should say check the data sent and try again because we're following the conversion for pedantic. We raise the value error if the value is invalid. So that works as expected. Now the issue is when we come to where we send a number that passes validation and passes the there are two things. Based on the library using, you can pass the parsing process, like where your number is parsed, okay? And then you can fill validation. So here, we're saying we want to go ahead and make sure that this number is valid and unvalid numbers are submitted. That's why we're using the phone numbers library. And so if we said send, it says check the data you sent and try again. And if you take a look at the logs, it says here unprocessable entity. So let's take a look at, that means that obviously this here is working as it should. And so we're getting unprocessable entity. Let's go here and say we want to give it let's just give it bad request, or let's give it an expectation build. Okay, and then if we click on this and come back here, so we are getting the error from here in the inspect phase. Okay. In the inspect phase, we're getting an error. Now, the reason why we are able to get the necessary what's the word to use? Hints is because in JSON8 we say we want to send a header called xHint, and then we just get like a generic number of statements that we give if something is wrong, so that the client can show some generic statements as opposed to just showing something blind or blank. And then here we have inspect individual models, and this is the one that is showing the unprocessable entity, because if we come here and we change it to expectation field, and we come back to submit this, something is missing in the request, we'll see that it has changed to expectation failed. So we know that is coming from here, okay? It's coming from here. So we need to check out what the validation is saying. Here we say print exception. Chances are that this valid number is what is failing. Okay, so we're sending an invalid. Okay, most likely that's what's going on here. So let's take a look and see. Let's click this. Let's come here. Let's go ahead and comment J. Invalid phone number. Okay, so it's clearly, so it's working like it should. Okay, it's working like it should. The thing is that check the data set and try again. The feedback could be a little bit better, but yeah, it is what it is. So if you send a number that is good, maybe this. No. Let's see. If we have any more issues here, I hope it's like. I'm trying to take a look at valid number for a country and see. Let's take a look and let's see. Hopefully we make some. Okay, so now we passed that stage, but then that number is valid, so we've gone past that stage, and we're now in the territory of the controller. So here we're saying let's do this. Model dump, I think that's the one to use, not model dump JSON. And we can take a look and see model dump. Let's take a look by clicking on this link and bring in what exactly are they saying. I think it's model dump, which is going to dump the model to a dictionary, and we want to exclude insert. So let's try that and see. Yeah, it works. So yay, we have saved to the database and we set our form and it's ready for something new. Okay, so when you use a valid number, it'll work. When you use an invalid number, it'll raise an error. So the form works like it should. And this is for, of course, limiting the time. So you can come and you can register, and then ideally you get an email sent to you, and the email that is sent is what you click to confirm your email, okay? The email you get is what you click to confirm the email. So what we're going to do now is we can add the functionality to send an email upon completion to this API, okay? You send an email upon completion. So what happens then is that the minute we get a status created of none, then we have like another, let's say, mailer decorator that does the work or the job of sending that out. Okay, you can schedule it and then something sends it out, or we can even defer it such that the response goes back to the browser. And then to do that, just do something like response, out here, response.defer, okay? And then this is what will take the, like any function you give to defer would not be, it will not run until the request has come back to the browser. So you've deferred it until the request has come back to the browser, and that will run, okay? So depends on the style that we want to use. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the things that we can do around. So it makes sense that you get an email and we tell you check your email, and I think that's what we should do here, instead of just telling you, giving you the generic super pledge. Let's go ahead and tell you super toast success, and we created this earlier when we were designing the front end, and what it does is that it uses Toastify to give you feedback, so the messages you saw appearing, that's what we did. So here we say thank you for volunteering your time, or we can come here and say let message equals to thank you for volunteering your time, check your email to continue, okay? And then here we're going to say M, and then we're going to say how long we want this to show on the screen. So it should be 7,000 or 7 seconds. So it should show on your screen for 7 seconds so you can see. And something else we can do is thank you for volunteering your time, okay? We can say check, and then here we put something like this dot email to continue. So then what we do here is so I'm going to go ahead and respond from the server with a correct, so I'll just go here and I'll say, or here in inspect, and I'll say here dot created, okay, so that even if we send something wrong, the server will tell us we did something right, we just did now, okay, so that we can send bad data and still get some feedback. So thank you for volunteering your time, check to continue, because we didn't put any email. But usually if you put your emails, if you have someone, okay, elon.musk@tesla.com, and you submitted it, you see check elon musk@tesla.com to continue, okay? So if we now do a successful registration, we would get the correct feedback. So Isaiah, you have your hand up. You want to ask a question? Okay, so we have a couple of ways to go. One of the things that we've done here is that we circumvented the formatting process and returned created, but let's go back and make unpossessable entity. So you absolutely have to provide an email, a phone number, a first name, and a last name. Well, the phone number is not required. So what we can do is actually to mark the ones that are required with like an asterisk, or maybe put like a small required under it here so people know what is required. Like we can put like a star or something before. So let's come to the hands. Let's come down to the labels, and let's say here, we can use CSS for this, by the way, and apply styles. So we'll say that if we mark a label as required, then automatically CSS is going to insert something and then style it. But let's just come down here and say that span has text danger font 900 and let's do this. So if we refresh, you see like last name has the star in front of it, or ideally this is usually at the back of it, so we can just come here, Command T, and do the same thing for Command V, and when we go ahead, we do the phone number, we can do this as well. So we have, this is required, phone number is not required, so we want to take it away, okay? And then the email is required, so we want to go ahead and fix that there. And address is not required, so these are the ones that are required. Because the email is required, we might want to move it up and take the phone number down. And the email is already goes under validation, so you can put the wrong email. So we can come here and do this, and move like this. So we have all the required in the same place, and I can just tab, and then I can go all the way and hit enter and try and so. So let's now say we have Peter Disciple, and we say Peter Disciple at noreply.got. And what is going on here? Let's check again. Unpossessable entity. For further information, value error, phone number is not valid. So phone number, we need to stop it from if not set, okay. So we need to stop it if not set. I think one of the ways to go about it is to say
after, I think. So let's take a look at the documentation in detail. And there goes NEPA. Electricity is gone, but we are running on alternate power until the generators kick in. So let's continue. So we go ahead and we say, let's try it now and see if we get a. Okay, so we have here that. Let's see. Validators. So first argument. Yes, email is required.